Mooji Baba, oh my Holy Father, Mooji Ji, Mooji Ji, Mooji Baba, you're my Holy Father, closer, closer than my heart, you are closer, closer than my heart, you are Mooji Ji, Mooji Ji, Mooji Baba, oh my Holy Father, Mooji Ji, Mooji Ji, Mooji Baba, you're my Holy Father, closer, closer than my heart, you are closer, closer than my heart, you are Mooji Ji, Mooji Ji, Mooji Baba, oh my Holy Father, Mooji Ji, Mooji Ji, Mooji Baba, you're my Holy Father, you're my Holy Father.
Jesus loves me, this I know, for the Bible tells me so. Little ones to Him belong. We always
Боже, свети, помилуй и люби. Раскрой секреты свой небесный. Меня в себе ты раствори. Пусть танец мой станет твоей песней. Пусть танец мой станет твоей песней. Боже, свети, помилуй и прости. Приснилась я, забылась честью. Меня к себе ты забери. В твоей любви не будет тесно. В твоей любви не будет тесно. Небо, солнце, сны, все мы дети Господа. Любви одна полотка, миром сытая.
Thank you. Good.
It's good like that, huh? Normally I have a fan here, but today not. This is enough. It's okay. Very good. Do we have enough space here? We can take a few, no? Does anybody want to come in? Would you like to come in? Run around. Anybody else would like to come? You can come. They can come if you can come here. No? Thank you. But is this the same one? Is it different? This one? It's her one. She likes this. She only carries it to do this. This is my one. Okay, you can take this one back. Let's see if my one does that as well too then. But it make a noise in the microphone. They told me like that, so I keep it. Om. Namaste. Welcome everyone to Satsang today here at Monte Sahaja. And also welcome the many friends who are joining us around the world for Satsang, to share Satsang in same time with us here. So, a big welcome, and good. I saw one hand was jumping. We start with you first. Okay, you can come. Mm-hmm. Yes, okay, go there.
So, for 7 years, I have been marinating in what you have pointed to.
You've been marinating in what?
7 years ago,
Yes.
you guided me, and I came to this empty, wonderful place. And ever since, I have been living with this. And when I close my eyes, everything is fine. And when I open my eyes, I have an urge to change the world. And I would like to know, is this urge is conditioning or truth?
Well, largely it's conditioning. Because if it were given to you the power to change the world, you would upset a lot of people.
I do already.
And not bad people necessarily. You may change things because each one has their own idea of how things should be. You see, it is either ignorance or arrogance. Either ignorance in the sense that you really are not able to see things as they are in truth, or do you think you can do better than the Supreme Being? That would be arrogance. Either you feel that you could bring something new to the way things are, and we each believe that. This is a kind of ignorance, arrogance that every human being have some of that. Well, nearly everyone, where you feel like you could do a better job than the politicians and so on, so on, so. And maybe you could. Maybe you could. But it really isn't about that. There is no such thing as a perfect world for everybody. It has never been like that. There is no such thing, because human beings have coming from different kind of conditioning, different desires, different habits, different tendencies, different visions, different dreams, like that. And it is not consistent. Even in the same body, the dreams are changing all the time, the views are changing all the time. Nothing in the phenomenal world, by phenomenal world I mean the world of names and forms and time and change and dreams and hopes and aspirations and memory and past and present and future. Nothing in this world is stable. There's nothing that is stable. And even if there is something was stable, you may say, yes, but the diamond is stable. I said, it isn't, in fact. It's more stable than you, okay? But even if you say a diamond is stable, the one who is perceiving it is not stable. Who is experiencing it is not stable. And how do you measure experience? Within the diamond or within yourself? So all these things, they're all variables. They are not absolutes. They're all relative. They're not absolutes. We have not got that yet, though. It is not really settled down in our consciousness that it is like that. And so that's the one. The second thing is what I call arrogance, is to believe that, well, there's really nobody running the world, really, or God is just doing a bad job, and whatever. Again, based upon ignorance and what this world is. What is the purpose of it? And even here we have different views. You see?
Can I give you an example?
Huh?
Can I give you an example of my trouble?
Of your problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm living in a forest, a beautiful forest, where there is nature that hasn't been changed for 5,000 years. And now there's a forest industry.
What do you mean doesn't change for 5,000 years?
Nature was pretty much the same for 5,000 years.
What you talking about? Even that is nonsense. You say, maybe you can say maybe a nature untouched by man doesn't mean it's not changed for 5,000 years. And were you there 5,000 years ago to know how much change? There may be waterfalls now that were not there then, or there then, which is not here now. How can you say?
My problem is that man is cutting the forest and the nature down.
Yeah.
And making plantations. And 40,000 different species of life are disappearing from this area.
Mm.
And I feel like making an association where we are fighting against it. But I'm not doing it because I have this question. Is this my projection, or is there truth in it? Is it for me to do something about, or am I mistaken?
It is a point of view.
And what is your view, Master?
I don't have any. Particularly, I'm swimming with nature, actually. Where change is expressed. I don't know. In fact, we have been doing this now, talking like this, and I've stated that, there has never been any human being who has remained just like unchanged as a human being, or anything in nature which has remained unchanged, which has remained steady and stable. Any sentient being, meaning a being that feels and ponders over things and have a power to discriminate and to desire and to change and to affect things. You see, so what's your question?
My question is, if I see with my open eyes, if I look at a concrete thing, a person, a stone, a flower, all is perfect, all is God. But if I look at the big picture of the way the world is changing, there's an urge to interfere, to do something about it. Is this my conditioning, or is it truth? Is it coming from a pure place or not?
No, it's not coming from a true place. I'll explain what I mean by that, to say that, because so that not many people get so disheartened about it, but it's coming from a present urge about the way you feel. You mentioned that you spoke with me 7 years ago. 7 years ago, these were not your concerns.
That's
Today
true.
they are your concern. And another few years, or maybe even just few weeks, few days, they may change. Today even it may change. You see?
7 years ago, I was not happy. Today, I'm happy.
No,
Except-
you're not happy today. You
Except-
started out telling me you have a problem. Which happy person?
Except
Which
when
happy
I-
person come first time you have an opportunity to speak, you say, I have a problem. And then you want to change the world, you use the word interfere, or maybe I can help you and say contribute, I don't know. It is understandable. There are many people who have such feelings. We see many things which cause us pain and deep concern, and really sometimes people lose their faith in human nature. All these things, it's part of the big play of life. And others who believe that change is possible, of course change is possible. Change for the better is possible, of course change for the better is possible. Whatever better means for you, and worse means for you. But if we feel that we are the wave, the current wave of the human experience are going to be the ones that are going to make the most profound and lasting change in the universe, wake up. I don't think that many people have these feelings and these dreams and like that. And must you not do good according to your present measure of what good is in the world? Of course, you must act to your best, do your best. Yes, these things. Yeah.
Can I rephrase my question? In a moment where there's an urge to do something, I'm watching it and exploring where this urge is coming from. And the question is if this is emerging out of truth or out of conditioning, out of beliefs.
It's a mixture.
Always a mixture. Or in me.
When your urge or your desire is to change the outer form of the world, it is based upon some delusion. Of course, it's part of the urge within the human expression of consciousness to do better, and better changes in the eyes of different people. You see, someone who you call a terrorist is feeling that he's doing better for the world as he perceives it to be. And your own freedom fighters, is someone else's terrorist, and such like. So how we gauge these things? Let's bring it back to your own self and look and see. You see, for me to say yes, your vision currently of the way you perceive the world is correct one. Go forth. I cannot say like this. I say you rather start with looking within your own self to see if indeed you ask a question. I want to see if my feelings towards the world, if they're coming from truth or not. Well, this thing you can start doing now. You can find out without my having to say that. You may look and you may begin to see a clearer picture if that's what you are looking for. You maybe find that the pictures are not what you're looking for. Maybe the pictureless is what you're looking for.
What is there more to see?
What does that?
What is there more to see? What haven't I seen? What is there more to see?
Phenomenally?
No, in truth. What is there more to see?
What do you want to see? What did you say? What is
there more to see?
What is there more to see?
What is there more to see? I wouldn't put it as more. It's not more to see. So another question of more. Not in terms of volume. What is more to see in terms of subtlety, in terms of real understanding? You must begin with your own nature. You must understand your own nature. By understanding your own nature, you can begin to see the nature of this world. I stand with that, and I'm ready to prove it, in fact. But then you may say, according to my way of looking, okay.
Please do.
We're not at that stage right now. You're a little too hot at the moment. You see, conversations don't happen merely at a mental level because a question is asked. That's not the reason why a true conversation happens. It must somehow be that the inner timing of what you're capable of assimilating is there. Otherwise, I'm only answering you abstractly. Sometimes you ask a question, and some answer may come, and it's not even for you. Maybe it's for someone else. This lady over there may get it more than you. See, I don't really just listen to what you call your question, but something else inside will respond to when it feels happy to respond. I'm finding that I'm speaking like this at the moment. You talk about truth, but as yet you have not approached with the right kind of question. These questions you ask are not really about truth, not for one who is searching for truth. Maybe you have an idea, but I want to know the truth about something. Truth about something and truth may be different. Truth is not about anything. Nothing is about anything, except as it plays in the mind. You're disappointed?
No.
Okay.
No, you're pointing things. Thank you. You're pointing.
Maybe you sit down for a little bit and then we see what else comes up. It might come nearer to the kind of thing that is good. Okay, you come for a moment. Thank you. Nice to see you.
I need some help in Spanish, please.
Español, por favor. Where are the Spaniards? Come on. So, okay. Please sit there.
Muchas gracias. Te quiero con todo mi corazón.
Thank you very much. I love you with all my heart.
El único deseo que tengo
The only desire I have
es ser consciente, ser aquello que ya no tiene más etiquetas ni conceptos.
is to be conscious of that which has no labels or concepts.
Zero.
Zero.
Emptiness. Nothing. Beyond the concept of... I'm speaking.
I just thought I suddenly could listen to Spanish. I think. Carry on. Carry on. Carry on. Maybe you try speaking in English, and where you get stuck, he helps you. No, don't go. Yeah.
I speak English now?
Yeah.
So my last desire, my
Keep the microphone very close. Yes,
yes,
thank you.
is to be zero. No more concepts, no more labels. Beyond all beginnings, all ends.
Okay. I got. But the things you mention are not a problem in themselves. You see, you're having a problem with them. They're not a problem in themselves, because after one awakens to the truth, you will still use your mind, you will still have feelings, you will still feel hungry, you will still have a desire for something, but it will not trouble you, these things. The use of concepts will not trouble you. In fact, you will need them to communicate some things. You cannot determine, okay, now I am finished with concepts. That would really be a strange thing. It is not necessary to be finished, but you must go beyond them. You see? Because if they are all that contributes to your world, if your world is always about what you think you know and intellectual knowledge and labels and ideas and so on, then it would seem fine for the world. You could get around, and on that alone, you may find a good job, buy a nice house, marry a good husband, whatever it is, with that what you're talking like this. But you are speaking about something else. You're finding that is whatever that is. It's troubling me now. I want to move beyond that. It is not enough. It is not. I need to find who I am, isn't it? And I know that it is not caught up in all the traffic of my mental noise and what this world seems to be about. Please help me to go to this one.
Please.
And so for that you have to, then you know the world of the mind and the thoughts and the projections and all that, the emotions and memory, we know, what we all know. No? So you will have to just leave that alone for a moment. Any of the things you mentioned, just don't engage with them for a moment. Just leave all of that. You've told me what they are, and then say for a moment, then just leave them. Don't include them. Because every one of them that you include or attach to yourself, it's just going to interfere with your search for what is purely true. So don't mention this. Leave all of these things. Leave them now. About the mind and the thoughts and the labels and the news and all these things. You leave it now. Can anybody do that? Can we do it together so that if it works for her, it might work for you? Because I don't have time to do, and maybe there's 300 people and 50, I'm doing 350 times. So one time, and maybe we might catch 10 fishes. 50? We don't know. We will see. First of all, let me ask you, is there anyone who understands the question that she asked and is also searching for the thing that you perceive she's seeking? Does anybody here understand what she's seeking? So just a few hands, maybe, okay. So let me, before we go any further, let me tell you, because I'm a bit disappointed with the number of hands I see. Because you come to Satsang, why you come to Satsang? It must be the search for truth, isn't it? Or we're in the wrong room or something. Yeah? What you are searching for. I mean, what is it that you, in your life, because there are sometimes, I ask people, you know, if say, some heavenly being appeared in front of you and ask you, you know, my dear, you know, I've been aware of you all your life. You're not aware of me, but I'm aware of you. And I care for you. I am from the Supreme Lord. I'm from the kingdom of heaven. And today I want you to tell me your deepest wish, the deepest wish inside your heart. Should I come back and let you think about it, or do you know what it is right now? Hello? Okay? So if you have and I've asked this question, some people say, oh, I never thought about anything like this. I never thought that if I had what is my deepest desire in life, what is my highest desire in life, what is it? I've never thought about it. I say, okay, well, maybe you start thinking about it now. It could be a really good thing. It might help to give some direction to your life. And it hasn't always got to be that everyone should know exactly what they want to do. Sometimes there's a place also for not knowing what you want to do. There is a place. There's a place maybe for someone who at one time really felt sure this is what I want in life, and then later found out it's definitely not what I want in life right now, and I would just like to just be neutral for a bit. Okay? I just want to be neutral for a bit. There's a space for everything. But today I'm asking you a question, you know, if a choice was genuinely offered to you to say, you know, do you have one wish inside your heart? And do you know what this wish is? Or do you have to take some time to think about it? How many people know what that wish is right now? Oh, good. And it would be what? Freedom. Freedom and truth. Wake up.
Myself.
Oneness. You're not just giving the answer you think you should be giving, are you? Huh? Emptiness.
Myself so much that it reflects
Liberation.
everyone.
Right. You sure that we are not conditioned to be given these type of answers? That genuinely, this is what you would want. You would say, actually, what I want emptiness. I want freedom. Well, it's okay, freedom. I want to be all these things you. Very often, although we use different words, we are speaking of the same thing. If you think about happiness and you say, I just wish to be happy, maybe you might have some idea of what kind of things would make you happy, and we can look at them to see if that is true or not. Can one be always happy with things? Because I'm sure some people have had very powerful desire for something, and then when they got it, did you have an equal joy ongoing with it? Is there anybody who had a deep joy for something, and when they received it, they continue having this great joy? Oh, every day they were, oh. Is there anybody who has had that? I doubt it, no. Okay. She said, I want to go beyond the world of all the thingfulness about life and the names and the forms and the promises and the lies and the you and me and this and that and heaven and hell and all the things I've learned. I've had enough. Jesus, okay? And I just please. I want to be zero. Take me out of here. She said, is it possible? Sure, it is possible. It's possible, first of all, to be introduced to that dimension of being whereby you're totally empty of the noise of concepts and personality and personhood and desire and fear. And of course, it is possible. And so this is why I say, do you want to discover that now?
Yes.
Yes. And so that's why I stopped to say, is anybody want to be on board with this looking? Okay. So this is why I say to you, then okay, starting at this moment, you just leave these things. And the things I'm going to ask you to leave, we're not going to kill them or destroy it. We're just saying, just leave it for a moment. Don't engage with these things, and let's not talk about these things for a moment, okay? While we are looking together for the thing you say you most want in your life, okay? And let's see if, when you recognize it in your heart, if it will be deeply satisfying for you to such an extent that you would want to continue just to be here. It's true. So then I said, just leave those, all the things about your story, about who you are, what you have done, and so on like that, because I am not particularly interested in that. It doesn't matter for me what you have done, good or bad, for a moment. Not for this. Because I'm not interviewing you for a job or something. So just leave that. Don't tell me about these things. Just leave them out of your mind. Put them out of your mind, in fact. Don't put them to the back of your mind. Put them out of your mind. Leave them aside for now. Okay? Does that hurt? A little feedback will be good, So it doesn't hurt. Okay? And then also your self-image. Your self-image, who you think you are, who you want other people to perceive you as. All these things. Just leave that alone. Now. Just for now. Just leave it. Okay? So you're free of this. You're empty of that. Just leave it. Okay? You know what leaving something means? I leave it, and even if it comes back, it can come back, it's free to come back, but I'm not going to be engaged with this. This is what I mean, okay? You're not going to be engaged with this while we are looking together. So all the stories of the past and what's happened where you were born and what you've been through and all the different things you've done. Okay. Well, I don't want to hear about this. For this, we don't need it. And your self-image about what kind of person and you are, I don't need anything about, any description about yourself. And what religion you are and all, I don't need to know what religion, or if you're an atheist, doesn't matter. Leave everything for a moment. And what you want from this contact today with me, in this moment, what you want, leave it. Because what we are going to look at and discover, it will convince you by itself. You don't have to, yeah? So you leave this now, leave that. Okay. We are good with this? So now you're empty as much. If there's anything else you can think of, then just leave that as well too, whatever thing it could be. Your aspirations for life, for the future, what you want to do in the future, what you want to do for the world and for other people, for the moment, just leave that. I want to see if I can meet you just empty. Just empty. Impossible. Just empty. You can take all your things back when you're ready. But right now, Can we go along with this? We're not going to be holding on to this thing. Just leave it alone for a minute. That's all. That's all. I'm not going to ask you to sign anything or nothing like this. I don't want anything from you. And I'm not going to give you anything. But let's just be here in the place that we have arrived at now. You're empty of your story and of your self-image and of your desires and projections, aspirations about the future. And all your imagination, all leave. We don't want it. Okay. So without these things, are you here or not? Yes, very good. Now, very often the mind will say, okay, I've done that, now what? What's going to happen now? I said, well, now nothing. No next. Let me give you, okay, now, no next also. Just be here. Just be here. And don't allow your mind to make any conclusion about whatever this is. Just be with this. No waiting, not waiting. Not waiting for something. Experience what it is like to not be waiting for the next hit, the next thought, the next feeling, the next promise. Okay? You're just here now. Empty, here, now. What is this that is here? What is it that is here now? Is it unbearable? Is it unbearable? Because after all, it's not your history, it's not your dreams for the future or for the present, it's not your self-image. It's not your attachments. But you are here. Your senses are here. What is this? This. Don't answer, just allow my question. This, whatever this is, a state or something? Does it have a shape? Does it have a size?
No.
No. Does it have a name? No. Does it have temperature? If you were an artist, could you make a picture of it? Did you create this?
No.
You still with me?
Yes.
Yeah. Did you create this? No. Can it go away? Can it go away? No. Where it comes from? Did it come? Can it fade? Like if you, when you leave here and you go off to some other place, oh, it's fading. Can it fade? No. If you went back to your country, do you have to carry it? Hello? No, thank you. Can it change? I've never heard of something like this. You mean it cannot change? Look again. Huh? It's a present. Oh, can you show me yours? From who to whom? What is this? You didn't contribute anything towards it? Like just made a little part of it? No, I didn't do this. Can it be upset with you? No, I can't do that. Are you going? Huh? You're leaving? Yes? Get some fresh air. Okay. It's good. Does it need fresh air? Who realizes the importance of this discovery?
He doesn't sleep, he doesn't need food, he doesn't get sick.
Yes. She said it doesn't get sick, it doesn't need food,
He doesn't need sleep, even sleep.
doesn't need sleep. What is it, this thing? And you, you mustn't forget about you. You who are discovering this. Is it different from you? You sure? And it doesn't change. Can it be killed? And it is the same as you. You realize what you are saying? And this is not imagination.
is not a very beautiful illusion.
He said, but is it not a very beautiful illusion? And who will evaluate?
It has been evaluated for 5,000 years.
By whom? By something which stands apart from illusion?
By people like holy men. See?
Who has said that it has been invalidated by holy people or something as that is an illusion? What is an illusion? It's something different from you. If it's different from you, you say, yeah, well, yeah, from rest, and that's an illusion. But then, who am I?
To me it sounds very strange because there's a lot of...
You want to come and speak and say something? Come, let me hear from you. Oh, no, that's okay, it's okay. Bring the mic to him. Bring the mic to him. Okay. Come. Have I answered you?
Yes.
Good. That's good. Thank you. Can somebody give him a chair also? You can sit while you're sitting the way you're talking. Just take the chair for me. It's coming. Something's coming. It's coming.
Hello?
You have the microphone now. You have to hold it.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you for talking to me first thing.
Okay.
I only know you for 1 month. My doctor told me to come to you. Yes. I have been and my wife, we've been Osho sannyasins for 40 years.
Yeah.
And he took us to many places. Through him, I've experienced no mind. I've also experienced choiceless awareness. When I started, I knew nothing. But it was only transient. And I asked the holy man what I should do, and he said, go deeper. But last year I was a medical accident which was terrible and nearly killed me, and I was suffering for weeks. I tried to go from my body, I couldn't do it. So I decided I should die. It was awful. But they pulled me back. Now they pull me back. I can't meditate. I can't meditate.
Can't meditate, okay.
But I was surprised with the things you're saying, because all of these people, Krishna, Jesus, all the people, like they all say that this is only an illusion, like Maya.
Yes. This referring to what?
The world.
Yeah.
This world,
Yes.
as it is only an illusion.
Yes.
We see on 5 senses on a small range. The world itself is not as we see it.
Yeah.
It is something else.
Yes. So what you have said thus far, and I have no disagreement with it, that which, whatever we perceive in our, this phenomenal world, yes, and even the one who is perceiving it also, phenomenally, and having a relationship with it and everything like this, all of this, it has been admitted now that all of this is Maya, illusion. It is an illusion. First thing. Let's just look at it step by step. It's an illusion. Yes. Okay. There's been a statement made some time ago by a great Indian sage called Sri Adi Shankar. He made 3 statements, and it baffled many people for a long time. The first statement he made, he said that the world is not true. It's unreal. Unreal. I can talk a bit more about why he say that and on what basis he's formed that statement. The world is unreal. Should I explain what it means by that before I make my second statement? Yes. What it means unreal, it means that how you think about something, what you believe is not necessarily what the thing is, but what the thing becomes for you. And how you feel about the interactions you have with the world, either with objects or people or whatever. Whatever interpretations you have shaped about them is not necessarily what they are. It's only what you have made them become for you. And that everything you have experienced, I cannot go yesterday and bring a sample of yesterday into the today and show you a sample of yesterday. And all our thoughts and feelings and aspirations over time are just like clouds floating by. They don't come back. Not those clouds. Everything is momentary. Everything is changeful. Because of memory and because of our clinging to life, we imagine that we can preserve the things that we experience. But we only can hold them in memory, and even memory is distorted by conditioning and so on. So nothing is so stable. How you feel about something today, passionately, maybe in a few days that changes and that feeling is no more. You maybe order something from some catalog, and when it comes, you don't want it. So everything is changeful, is not so reliable. Some things you may associate with for some amount of time, other things for a longer duration, other things for little duration. And all the different beings are having different relationships in different times and so on, all the time. It is just one hugely fragmented matrix of, or tapestry of different kind of thinking and behavior continuously changing. So none of it is stable or stationary. Has anybody recognized this yet? Yes. Okay. So from this point of view, he said the world is not real, it is not true. We think that we are speaking about a tangible, fixed world. But the world is not the world you see. The world is what exists in your mind at the moment. And that changes. Everybody is living in different worlds. There's one earth, but there are billions of worlds. A world is also a psychological state existing in your own consciousness also. So this is why I say the world, Sri Shankara, he said the world is not real. Then he says, second statement, Brahman, the absolute, alone is real. Brahman is just a name in Sanskrit. In India, they say Brahman means the highest truth, the highest, which we call God, or you may call, pure awareness, or whatever thing, that alone is real. So when these statements were being read out, that the world is not real, all the pundits, all the great scholars say, here. And then, okay, only Brahman, the absolute alone is real. Here. Then the third statement, Brahman is the world. What did he say? What did he say? It doesn't make sense. Commotion. What did it mean? He said, after all, that the world is not real. Then he said, Brahman, the God, the absolute, that alone is real. Then the third statement, he says, Brahman is the world. I said, how it can be? So Sri Ramana Maharshi explained it also very well. He said, the world is not real in the way that I've just expressed. God, the creative power that generates and manifests this world, that is the real. And it is this power that is portraying or creating the sense of a world. That the world cannot exist independent of this power. The world cannot exist independent of the perceiving consciousness. It appears from the consciousness. It exists and is sustained in consciousness. You see? And it's the consciousness that is, you may say, objectivizing, you may say, itself as this world. And yet, by doing that, it loses nothing of its original power. But the pundits, the learned people, they had trouble with this. The jnanis, those who had realized the truth of it in the heart, not just with the head, they understood this energetically. They understood it intuitively, what he was speaking, and found that there was no, it was all truthful. So when you say that, but it is all, just, it's all phenomena, it's Maya. Yes, that which we perceive with the mind, that is Maya, including the one who is perceiving it and having a relationship with it, that one also is Maya also. But this that you're being pointed to, that I've asked you, you cannot capture it with Maya's attributes. It is formless, it is colorless. And this is why I say it is a non-phenomenal recognition. What does it mean? Mean that it is not an object that you can measure for weight or size or color or texture or anything. Okay? And yet somehow it is recognized as not being apart from your true self. And who are you, I'm asking? Are you different from that? Which you're saying, it cannot die. It cannot fade. It doesn't get hungry. Are you talking about the usual you? No. So you must have gone beyond the idea of the cultured idea of the self as a person to be speaking as you're doing now. Is it George Brown that knows these things? No, it is not. It is from your essence, from your own source self, that this knowledge is springing and revealing itself.
The source knows itself.
Mooji, can I just clarify that it sounded very intellectual what I said, and I've been studying some history, but no, my experience with my guide, Oshu, I had to spend 10 years throwing away my very sharp mind. Nothing, till I was not a clever person anymore. And only from another part of me to the intuitive part, so that when he spoke of his things, it's not this, intellectual thing. It was, first of all, with the knowledge, and then the word, understanding what Maya was, not from a history lesson or intellect, but from what I saw, what for me was a revelation, because I did experience what no mind was briefly, and a strange thing happened, which was when I wanted to think, I could think. But otherwise, this beautiful thing of no thought happened to me. And also, if I asked a question, like a profound question, in some way, the universe would answer immediately. It's one wonderful thing. But what it was, because, for instance, the phrase he used, and I have seen you use a similar phrase, of choiceless awareness. I said, choiceless? What do you mean, choiceless? And then there was a time when I experienced choiceless awareness, but only transiently. And I think a man like you must be in this state of choiceless awareness.
Yeah, they are not in it, they are it.
Sorry.
They cannot be in it, they must be it.
Yes.
This is the point. And,
Yes.
Because if you go in it, you may come out of it.
Yes.
First of all, what I am wanting to clarify, we may have to come back to this. I want you to stay there because I don't want to lose you here. I want you to keep looking for a moment and to follow what I want to finish saying about this. That we have come to a place and your answers are not coming from your person anymore. Isn't it? I ask you must leave your personal thing because then after, if your person comes, it comes in with a mind and all. And I say, leave this for a moment. Can you leave your person for a moment? And can we just look? Don't call yourself person or no person. Just leave these things and because only then can you follow what I'm speaking. And you must come to this place empty of those qualities and references. And then I can ask you now to this empty of the references of the old mind. What is here now? By itself, what is here now? Where are you looking at the thing? This is what I want to ask. Are you looking with fleshly eyes? Are you reporting what you're seeing with these two, sort of like meatballs in your head? Are you looking at, oh yes, it's blue. Oh, no, it's a bit, no. Are you looking like this? No. With what are you looking? You see? So this, something is looking, experiencing in a much higher, in a much higher altitude than that of a person. You may call it pure intelligence if you want, I don't mind. The names are not important for me. The looking is important. And that somehow now that we have seen, I ask you also, are you, whatever you are, now different from this? Because you know what is happening? While you're looking and experiencing this, okay, you are being one with this. Not with intention, you say, oh, I'm going to try and be one. No, what you're looking at, to be able to confirm, you become it, you are it. You may say become is not really the absolute word. There isn't the absolute word. But somehow, that must be also clearing away all that is illusion inside here, that you call I, the sense of I, the content of I. What is your content? As I, to be here. I'm inviting you to look. No, not to speculate. I'm not lecturing about it. We are simply looking together, guided to look together. Yeah? What are you seeing? And who are you, the one seeing? Can you be seen?
Nothing and everything.
And if you have not come to this place of seeing before, are you struck by this? Of what importance is this? In my own journey, I did not come to this immediately. Immediately, I just felt like kissed by God. And everything began to deconstruct of what I thought I knew. And only as one's capacity become refined enough for the subtlest, are you brought to this place? This placeless place. And not a state, because states themselves come and go. It must be some stateless state or something. Because this is why I ask you, can this come and go? Because I wanted to bring you here so that I can ask you a question. Because you are asking me many questions. And then I said, maybe I would like to ask a question. But to ask the question, I'd ask to ask you a little bit to leave your stuff alone for a moment, to see if we can reach a place where you can really hear with your being and not just with your ears. And what are you finding? How can someone be coming even to satsang for the first day? And maybe, wow, what is this? And who are you perceiving it? Are you different from it? And you're able to answer questions like this. I have not heard anybody saying, I think. No, you answer like you know. When you are asking from the perspective of your person, you are, this, now you're speaking, no. How it can happen? Because I did not want to hear from your person. I have to hear at least from the state of presence, or beyond presence, you can say, if such a thing is possible to be verbalized through the mouth. Where have you come to? So now that you're in a position to not just understand intellectually, but experientially, energetically, and intuitively. If you are distracted, please leave the room, because I see people. If you don't feel that you're in what we're speaking, you can go and take a walk or something. But here is for those who really want to know. I'm only here for you. So this now that I'm speaking now, I asked you, can it die? Pardon? Right. Listen, she say, how can you know? She said, no, wait. She said, how can I know? How do you know anything at all? How do you know anything at all? What gave these people the power to say no? Is it imagination? Is it belief? Something inside knows. Something inside knows. Something inside feels, oh, I shouldn't know. I'm too small to know. Or how can I ever know? How do you know anything? She say everything will die in front of it. Including the idea you have of who you are. Because the idea you have of who you are is not what you are. She say, I can only know through knowing myself. Do you know yourself?
I don't know all of me, but
But you must have an idea of who you are to say you don't know it. Do you understand? What you're speaking is child's talk. If you say, yes, I can only know it through knowing myself, you are being revealed. It's being revealed to you what is yourself. In fact, this is yourself. But it is untouchable. It's unreachable. It's unconquerable. It is imperishable. I don't think it has been revealed to anyone like this before so clearly. Why is it revealing itself here in that way? Of course, maybe, oh, it can't be, it can't be. Why would that reveal itself? It must be something else. It can't be the truth.
It's like when you see double and you can't see properly when you see double and that both comes together. It comes together.
She says it's like when you're seeing double, and but you know they're kind of one, and then they come together. But this is not like that. It is not there, and I'm seeing from here.
No, it is from it.
Where are you looking from? How far are you away from this that is? Yeah.
It's just being.
It is just being. So what I would say to you, fortunate are you in hearing this even. You may not realize. But more fortunate are you who will contemplate it. Because your brain won't keep it. Because it thinks it can. It never could. It is not the job of the mind to keep this. It can't keep anything. But the one who somehow perceives or grasps it intuitively, that one will at first make sure I really don't lose this. It's an illusion also, but a necessary one to keep you feeding, marinating in what the significance or what this is, to just be one with it. Not to figure it out. There's nothing you can figure out. There's nothing to figure out. It has already made an impact on you, yes or no? Yes. So somehow something must either be attracted sufficiently to keep your face immersed in the waters of this discovery. You have to drown there, if you understand my meaning. But for most, it will not happen. The mind in its cunningness and us in our stupidness will simply go back to what feels common and familiar and say, oh, yeah. Oh, did you go to see that guy yesterday? Yeah, Mooji, yeah, very interesting actually, very good. Yeah, and you will miss it. You may have missed, I don't wish that, but it's not in my hands. I don't know if it is in yours even. Yes, please speak. Will you come to the microphone too?
Thank you, Sri Mooji.
Thank you.
I completely recognize what you're saying. Completely.
Yes.
And you also spoke about, there seems to be the sense that it's possible to lose it.
Yeah.
I also know that.
Yeah.
So it would make me concerned, like, this is something which is so great, so valuable, this is it.
Yeah.
And then there's the sense that it can be lost, which is an illusion. And of course, from the point of view of the person, none of this can be solved. It cannot be, nothing can be done about it. And my question is actually a question about grace.
Yes.
Because I see this is where grace takes place.
Thank you.
Can you speak about that?
Yes. It cannot be lost unto itself. Do you follow what I mean by this? It doesn't know how to find or lose itself. That level of ignorance, you have to go, it has to descend into the region of the fluid consciousness, where we can have the play of knowledge, of the play of interrelated opposites by which we can have the sense of a measurement and so on. But in the absolute, none of these things exist. How can it be lost? This language is still virile and has some importance because the consciousness, which is having this introspection, it flips. It is not stable yet. It goes from conscious presence, because the Absolute is not having this discussion. But this discussion cannot happen without the Absolute. But it must take place in the arena of the place of being, of conscious presence, you may say. That is when that is its earliest expression onto phenomenality, you may say. If you follow, if you don't understand, it's okay, I'll come back to this. It is the earliest manifestation of the Absolute, is you may call the sense of presence. And this sense of presence is what we are as the experiencer of this universe and of life. Later something it needs the body, this sense of presence needs a body in order to taste experiencing. The body fashions it with the senses. But the sense of being or conscious presence already it already has the blueprint. It has the power to manifest the quintessential play of the senses. It comes there. The vital force and the body gives the more concrete representation of senses. But the senses themselves are spirit. Have I gone too far to speak like this? Okay. So I'm coming to, so this, when the consciousness manifests in the form, the strong pull on this planet is for it to be compelled to identify with this body. It didn't do it from within itself. It does it from its environmental play. So even the parents who love the child injects ignorance into the child by referring to it as a name, which is the name given to the flesh and the form of the spirit that is manifesting as a child. And so that inside the child, which will wake up later as the feeling I am, which is the godly name and principle inside the form, will know itself as John or Susan or something. Susan refers to the name of the seed of the parents. That's what it, or whatever. Just don't worry for a moment about this. Then the child grows up believing first I am this. And with this belief, I am this body and I am my conditioning, it's hugely restricted in its power to comprehend the play of consciousness, because it's comprehending consciousness with a handicap, and the handicap is that it believes itself to be a person. So that the person is also a form of consciousness, but it is a very restricted and distorted form of consciousness because it believes it is the body. The body is innocent, the body it's not sentient. It is only the car for the being. But then now, at a certain point, it is this consciousness developing in the body that has an attachment for the world, which it experiences through the senses and the mind, and then becomes attached to the objects of the world, and then finds it the more attached it becomes, the more it believes in the world and then believe in its identity with the body, the more it is going to become less prone to be attracted to spirituality. I have to just want to put this background to what you speak first, and I'm coming back. So when I say that, yes, I don't want you to lose it. In the higher language, it is not true. But in the language of duality and the experience of human beings, you can lose it. There are many layers in which truth manifests itself. In the highest, I can't speak. We will not be having conversation. Not necessarily verbally even. We would just move in the light of love and something like that. Just with like if you have a form, it will be of the mode of some light, or maybe like an orb or something, as one class of beingness. But I don't want to talk about that. This person, which is consciousness with this belief that it is a person, you see, experiences through finding and losing. It cannot help it, because everything that it tastes in the phenomenal world will not stay with it. So it goes in a come and go world. So when I say you found this, I don't want you to lose this. In the beginning, it will feel like, yeah, this is a great discovery, because somehow this, whatever it is pleased to reveal itself now in a certain mode of mind and consciousness that can begin to receive a little bit of its perfume. But there's still arrogance in the instrument if there's person there. And that arrogance and ignorance is like it's like if I have a magnet and I put a hairpin here, I bring it, the hairpin will jump into the magnet at a certain point. But if I take this pin and I drop it in some mud or something and put it there, maybe it doesn't feel the attraction. What is this mud? This mud is the ignorance I'm talking about. The ignorance and the arrogance prevents that divine attraction from being fulfilled. So this is what happened, is that the person, we are sitting in here, and I'm telling you, for years and years and years, it has not manifested like this, that we can have almost a kind of group, a mass awakening, at least to this level of seeing. Then it is not finished. Some people think, oh, hallelujah. No, it's only a kind of beginning as well too. So I say here now, the one in whose mind or heart it becomes auspicious is the one who will be most attracted to find out what this, who realize that this is the most important discovery in the human kingdom. And all of this has been spoken in this room, and all who can listen to it on the broadcasting, yes? So you're all in the same room, it doesn't matter for me. But in whom will it shine will be the one who will marinate in it, will incubate in it. Maybe for another it will be just interesting conversation. I cannot determine that. My part is only to bring it to you, knowing that it is what, at some point in this life or some other life, is what you are yearning for. Maybe unconsciously. Maybe you'll miss it in this life. Who knows? I don't know these things. I don't even want to speak about them, because people get depressed about those things. And yet we readily throw it away. It cannot be slowly something you just get a hit in the head and wow, bingo, I'm a millionaire in spirituality. You have to somehow, I don't know, love it, respect it, honor it, serve it, be it. As you would anything else you love. If you fall in love, as I said before, with someone deeply, would you require anybody else to remind you of your beloved? No, you would not. So as you develop this love, when you see what this is the root and the source of love itself. This is the mystery. You see, the source of life, of intelligence, of everything that exists. You see? So in the beginning I say, yes, stay with it, knowing that it's ignorance, but it is auspicious ignorance. Because without telling you, you will not do it, and without do it, it will not stay with you in terms experientially. Will it go? No, it doesn't go, but in your experience it will be gone. Where is peace until you find it? Where has it been hanging out? Is it suddenly when you're ready, it comes, I'm here. No, no, no. It's always, always, always. Where is God until you find it? It's always, always, always. Before this body was born, it is. Where was this until you discover? It's always here. You're not creating anything. We're only discovering. When you discover, then you... when it is something, when it has touched your heart. I don't even know if I want to use the word destiny here. For me, everyone, every form in it is the self. In fact, even the form is the self. But how the form behaves inside, through the intelligent principle, through the mind and through the sense of person, this is something we find out one by one. This is where the sense of worthiness or unworthiness is expressed. It is also a part of the way consciousness expresses. You mentioned grace. Yes. It is grace that makes you appreciate or to love it. You may say, but why would grace not want you to appreciate? Well, grace does not want nothing or wants anything. Actually, grace is another name for what we are. None of you could breathe one breath of air without grace. Let's put it like that. But sometimes it seems extra opulent and abundant to you when somehow we can't say why. So it is a good word, the word I use very often. It says the unspeakable.
Could it maybe be that I can see that having that so-called experience of intense presence is an illusion. I don't have it.
Sorry?
Having that experience of intense presence, I don't have it. It's an illusion.
You cannot be without it.
Yeah.
You cannot be. When you say I, this is the true importance of your I. But because it has really been associated so much with a person, it got converted into a kind of personal mode. Mm-hmm. And then the person says, I'm trying to find the I. But really the person is not real. What is there is the I. I know, this is crazy what to say. The I is saying, I'm trying to find the I. Because it's been dipped in person poison, and it's like it's not in touch directly with its own self-realization to say that. Yeah. And these things may not seem like that, and they may flower if you just allow them to now. If the sense of the person in your exercise of looking, where is the person in all of this? When you look from here, where's the person? And I've not even been thinking about that. You see? Then keep on not thinking about that. It's not needed because there's only one consciousness. There's not, a conscious presence consciousness and a personal consciousness. No. The person simply is a distortion of consciousness, reading as a person, as a separate, autonomous entity, doing what it wants to do, and so on. It is also connected to the consciousness. You see, it's like if I take this thing here, I take this fan, I take it out. It is one thing. It is one thing. I open it. This is the absolute. I open it. That is the sense I am. I put it more. I am this person. It's all one. You see? So whether it's extended or here or here or here, it's all the same one. The person cannot have an independent existence from the consciousness, only in his own mind. And he's made to experience and to believe himself in the way that an illusion works. As we wake up, you realize you wake up to the fact that the person doesn't exist. I'm speaking a bit early now to say. And that what you are is the conscious presence. Gradually, you come to see even the conscious presence, I'm not. Oh my God.
I can see somehow that it seems like the belief of being a person returns, or the identification with that belief returns. It's not.
Yes, you know, many things. Your ex-girlfriend or ex-boyfriend returns sometime. Knocks on the door, you look and say, oh, no, thank you. Or you say, just for a cup of tea, okay? As if, okay? So it's just, there is something in the play of this, the exercising of your power to welcome something, or to say no, to discern between what is auspicious in terms of your spiritual health or something, to then say like that, that no, I don't go with this, or that you do. And actually, when you go for the higher choice, you feel the higher joy. You feel, oh, that was not so difficult at all. I mean, it feels very good. Actually, I can take on the next thing. The consciousness sometimes appears to create the sense of a problem in order to experience transcending it. Because it doesn't need anything. It creates all this to taste what sour tastes like. And, oh my God, oh, this is very nice. But it's all it. However diverse things are, they all boil down, their DNA is consciousness. However many dialogues we are having, it comes down to, it's just a monologue. Consciousness is talking with consciousness in various states of hypnosis. If I can say like that. I don't know, is this kind of talk useful to anybody? Yes. Oh, okay.
Mooji, can I speak? Can I speak again, please, Mooji? Can I speak again?
Yes.
I actually came with a very simple question, but when you were talking, you know, I realized suddenly, because I don't know you, that the way you work is for everybody in this room, you know, so that's that's your work, you know, and this is what you're doing. So I felt selfish because I'm here to ask a question for me, and I'm afraid that perhaps I will not get to ask it because it was so important for me.
Please ask it.
Okay. What I'm saying was that I felt that my experience of Noma, which was transient, and my experience of Chosha's awareness was a huge breakthrough because the word meant nothing, and they were transient. And then my master, he goes on, he passes away, and now I think, well, I think, what can I do? You know, it's just transient. I had a little taste, you know, So I spoke to some holy Indian, and he says, keep meditating. What has happened since I nearly died in the hospital and came out? They brought me back, and I'm full of drugs, full of things to make me live. But they stopped me. I can no longer. Meditating was easy, you know, the way you drop down into it. I can't do it. Nothing happened. My mother like this, you know, because I'm in a way artificially alive because of the drugs.
Maybe it's because that's what maybe, but maybe it is good. It's not the doctors did it, not the accident did it. It's consciousness did it. Consciousness has brought itself because maybe in the previous mode of expression, it simply was in denial also of some things. And no, it can't be this. No, this pass away, this pass away, this pass away. Okay? And I wanted to ask you if you say conscious presence, also that left, and no mind, that's also left. Okay, fair in mind. What watches them leaving?
I'm sorry, could you repeat that, please?
When you say that consciousness you experienced through Oshoji's guidance,
meditation, yes.
That no mind was an experience, beautiful, but it also went away. Okay,
yes.
And that you mentioned that
choiceless
awareness that also come, and that was experience that it also go away, and that which perceived them or experienced them was what?
I can't say. That was a perception. There was no person looking out.
I didn't mention person. I just say that which perceived them is what?
That which perceived them.
To have come and gone.
It's happening. It happened. It was later on. The choice of oneness, I realized, because I never knew what the words meant, was simply, there was no distance between me and the world was me, and nothing, there was no concern. I could have sat forever, hopefully, but it went. There was no, a man was trying to hit me, he was trying to strike me, it was very extreme, a street junkie. And I had no fear, nothing, complete emptiness, and I saw him, saw everything I could hear, see, and there was no gap. There was no gap. So when you're saying to me, what was it, who was it that perceived them? There was only perception. There was only, you say, who perceived them? There was no person perceiving. There was no separation. There was only perception, only consciousness, not someone looking outwards.
So perception is what? Perception is what? There's perception. What is perception? What is perceiving? You say there's no person there. Okay, there's no person. Fine, there's no person. But what is perceiving qualitatively?
Okay. It's words, isn't it? But
no, it is not words. For me, it's not words.
Oh, like,
they lead to somewhere.
No, please. I came to learn, so of course, perception is the wrong word. There was only consciousness, just consciousness, and that's all. There was no intervention. There was consciousness, and that's all. Nothing. No mind, no thought, nothing, and stillness. And that was it. I couldn't say, it was only consciousness.
Which is here now also.
At the same time, there's a lot of in my mind.
Yeah, but that has never troubled consciousness, really.
Excuse me?
That has never troubled consciousness, really. That there is some tsunami going on in the head has never truly troubled consciousness, except when consciousness is under the sort of self-spell of believing itself to be something personal. When consciousness is just consciousness, it can never suffer. It never suffered any bzzz in the mind. It doesn't, bzzz in the mind means what for consciousness? It means bzzz. That's it. It doesn't need to interpret any of that.
I'm aware of its presence, bzzz, because I have been in a state of being conscious without bzzz. And when I try to meditate, the first thing I have to do is to sink below the bzzz and bzzz into the silence, and then the rest of it takes place.
Okay, but that even such a state of meditation is not complete, because you have to do something to get to somewhere.
Well, it's what the Holy
let me
say.
speak, because that which is established as itself does not need to meditate in that way. It doesn't need to go beyond layers of trouble to then get to that over silent place, because it would mean then it was previously at a place where that was not existing, and then it arrived at a place now where it's, so now this is the place I want to be. You see? So if these things are experienced like that, for a sage it is not like that. They don't have to go and meditate. They meditate just for fun. They're not meditating to get to themselves. They are the self.
Sorry?
They are just meditate, and perhaps the greatest joy of an awakened being is just in contemplating itself. It's just the pleasure, the joy of self-contemplation. It's not to find itself.
I've no idea what you're talking about. Really. and that wasn't being insulting. I really do. Look, this really, the fact that I couldn't meditate and the fact that I had reached things which were ineffable before, the words meant nothing. Spoken by an enlightened master. What? Suddenly, words slowly began to mean something. Only through experience. Only through an experience. So that was it. And now, empty mind. Wow, what was the thing that was? Having nothing in your mind. Just sound, pictures, and no blah, 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 blah. Now, even as I talk to you, there's blah, 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 and I'm saying, shut up to the blah, 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 because that's not me. And in order to talk to you, I have some illusion of somebody called me who's asking you a question, who wants to get to a place where me goes away and it's just consciousness. Because that was sweet, that was beautiful. Am I making sense?
Yes, you're making sense. But at some point you appear to be saying, like, you are beyond all those things. And then, in another place you're showing that, yes, you're not beyond them. You still have to do something. You say now you're not able to meditate. I was trying to point out that might be good that you're not able to meditate. Yes. It might help you to become to that place much more directly without the need of doing these things. But
which things?
Which is trying to meditate, for instance.
I'm not trying to meditate. I meditate, and then I don't drop down. Meditation is not doing something. It's not doing something.
Yeah. I feel somehow that I'm sort of reading a book here or something. Because, if you're going to speak with me about something, we speak to just try and clarify. But there's a little bit like, I can't catch hold of what you're trying to, the point you're really trying to make.
And in reverse, me too.
Yeah,
I can't get the point that you, and I want to understand it because I came to you for understanding. You are in a space I'm not in.
No. So okay. Let's try for the last moment again to say, what did you come here to ask me? That you say you want to ask me.
I came here to ask you because, first of all, I have to say is. No mind and these states of what I've called choiceless
awareness.
Are they true steps in towards wisdom? Are they?
Well, they're not only steps. They are part of the enduring states of the mind of a jnani. No mind simply means not that there is no mind to think, because a sage can very much, even if Osho say to you, he talks about these things. A sage uses thought, uses concepts where they are necessary.
Yes.
They're not troubled by that. They're not depending upon that. Yes. So that's what it means, no mind, meaning that somehow his mind does not disturb him. That's what no mind means. It doesn't mean, like many people think, absolutely no thoughts will come. That can happen for a time. And gradually also it means that thoughts don't really come with that kind of frequency anymore because there's nothing to entertain them in that way. So the field of thoughts, the reservoir kind of dry up mostly. And so the thoughts are not coming with any great rush, nor do they disturb.
Yes.
In any way. That's what I mean by no mind. And the state of choiceless awareness. These are just words that actually point to a certain depth of maturity in a sage, where he's not making, there's no person there to make choices about things. He's not functioning from a personal dimension. So actually, what is being spoken is just coming directly from the self. It has no personal interest or investment.
Isn't that what I said before? With all respect, when I said, you kept saying to me, who was the person doing it? I said, there was no person. There was no separation in consciousness. There was no, and I said,
Okay, but why are you speaking in terms of past then, like there was no?
Because it passed. It was extreme how I got into it. So I didn't know who to ask. I asked a holy man, and he said, you must go deeper into meditation. Okay, very simple steps. And now, post my nearly dying, I can't meditate. I cannot sink into that place where your body feels like a car, where your mind, is empty. And I realized that when people say no mind, of course I've got a mind, but there's nothing in there unless I want it in there. It's silent. I can hear things, I can see things, and there is no chatter. Lovely. I'm connected to something larger than me. I felt.
But isn't that what you mean by meditation also? If there's no thoughts can come in, and isn't that itself naturally a state of meditation?
Of course. But initially, when I begin to meditate, I have to, there are layers, and sinking down to that layer is what I can no longer do after I came from the hospital where I was nearly dying. I can't even...
When was that?
2 years ago, and I'm still convalescent.
Okay.
It wrecked my body, It was a medical thing, mistake. Their mistake, not mine.
Okay.
I'm sorry if I'm not expressing myself very clearly.
No, I think, can I speak and say we have derived sufficient understanding to our discussion? Is it just been a waste of time, or you got something out of this discussion? Yeah, so you don't need to be saying, I'm sorry if this, no, this is how it went so far, and that's it.
Okay, maybe for these people, but not for me. I have not received from you anything, any direction. I don't, you say to me, maybe it...
If you place the question in a very simple way, what you want, then I would have answered in a more simple way. But you wanted to explain a lot of things about in the past, and these things and these states, and I addressed them.
No, I don't want to explain them. It was you who went off onto, all that subtlety.
Okay, say again what you want me to answer.
Okay. I'm in a state now where I believe that to go deeper in meditation is perhaps the only way that I will be able to experience these things like, an empty mind and choices of awareness, and that I've been told by a holy man that's just, a stage in meditation. You can get much further. But I can't even meditate in the most superficial way, which is that I would sit there.
Okay, so my question to you, when you spoke to this holy man,
yes,
who said, but you need to go further, did you do some meditation in the line of what he told you to do?
He just said, go further.
And did you try to go further?
I've tried, yes, I've been trying for the last 2 years.
So this is after the accident? Or before the accident?
No, in the last 2 years, since I was released from the hospital, I have tried meditating and I can't do the simplest form of meditation, which you might, every twice a day or something like that, which is to sit, watch your breath, and in watching your breath, slowly, and first thing that happens is that your breath, which previously you were doing, begins to happen on its own. And then the body just goes, and you feel like a passenger, and then it starts sinking lower. I cannot sink lower. I can't even get past the stage where...
So did this exercise we did together in the room, did you participate in it?
The exercise?
The talk, the guidance I gave to this lady, did you participate in it?
I understood what you were saying.
Huh?
I understood what you were saying. It was an abstract conversation about getting rid of the concept.
For everybody was an abstract conversation? It only seemed like for you so far it was abstract?
You see, yes, all those things are abstract. I'm talking about an experiential, simple thing is how do I meditate? Not all the concept.
No, I'm sorry, you missed your chance. You are asking me to do something, to say something about why, which I can say about it, but the thing that I came to share, you caught your mind, it's just some abstract thing, and you missed your chance, because it would have put you exactly the thing you're asking, in fact. But your mind is already, you have actually some strong concepts in your mind. And it's not allowing the space.
The things you were saying were strong concepts for me. I just simply needed to know how to meditate and how to overcome this. Or would you say that meditation is not necessary?
Well, I said to you that what happened to you, what caused you not to meditate, it was only an act of consciousness. And perhaps it is now time to go to another stage in which you can go beyond just the exercise of getting something from consciousness, from meditating, as you were doing before. Maybe you don't need to go back to that.
I can't meditate as I was before.
Well, I heard that, and I am addressing, but you're not hearing what I'm speaking.
Do you not think that a drug cannot impinge upon consciousness?
Yes, it can do for a while. It happened to me before also when I was in Berlin. I was having some satsangs in Berlin. I think you were there at the time. And maybe the second to last day, I had developed a very, very strong pain in my stomach. And I said, after satsang, please take us, let's go home. On the way, I said, no, this is too strong. We have to get some paracetamol or something. And you went to the pharmacy, and he said they don't have any, and they would go to the hospital. We went to the hospital and then discovered that appendix was about to burst or something like this. So we had to stay there, tremendous pain and everything like this. So we had the operation eventually, and after the operation, and then what happened is, for a few days after this, I would close my eyes, and I would feel like something going boom, 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 like this, like that. And then I heard a sound, like a siren. And then after this, it was like millions of leaves of thoughts were just floating through. And I said, what is this? This has never happened. What is this? What is this? It's never happened before like this. And I could not control it.
Yes.
It happened like that. It was just simply, and this, and what is this? Then I realized that while I was given this thing to breathe and so on, that some level of consciousness is there enough to see when the body was sufficiently in a state of the mind and body was in that unconscious state, that the lights were put on in the face, and that's what felt vroom vroom in my face, and it must have been some instrument they were using to cut the body or something like that. And that some chemical reaction was happening where all these thoughts, which I was not used to having, it was kind of blowing through like a million leaves through. And I thought, what is this? And then after 3 or 4 days, it subsided, and that's all.
You said you could not control it.
Yes, could not control.
I'm asking. Oh, you said you could not control it,
yes.
And that's what I'm asking.
Yes.
You know, my mind is out of control. I have four medications inside me.
Yeah.
I asked them if I could stop, and I said, yes, if you stop them, you may die. So that's my dilemma. I cannot control my mind. Before, I could control my mind, gradually sinking down in meditation.
But you can control it enough to have a conversation.
Yes.
So it shows that there is some level of a way of we have to just keep things very simple.
Yes. And the simple thing is, how do I meditate with 4 drops in my body?
This is why I say, drop the idea of meditation then.
So where do I go?
Just like where we are, there I've shown them.
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Okay.
There is some resistance to
meditation?
Drop the idea of this obsession that I can't meditate anymore. And I say to you, then it's just what consciousness has created for the moment or whatever. Maybe say maybe 3 years or whatever, and like this. And then if you can leave that, then follow this, because it takes you to completely beyond any state that you have talked about or any state anybody else have experienced.
Any state anybody else has experienced? Anybody else has experienced? Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying anyone here, if they have experienced this and then say, yes, I lost it, then they can say. But generally, very few people have come to that level of clarity.
Do you meditate? I assume you did it.
I think we've said enough about that. I don't know where we're going. You're not asking questions in the way that you're searching. You're looking to get a certain kind of answer, which I cannot give you. I can only speak as I'm doing.
You see, the answer you give me is that I assume that, and wrongly, and this is what I missed out, meditation was a great deal of your, but I must be wrong. This is not part of your.
Well, meditating in the way that you were doing is not available at the moment, is it?
To me.
Yes.
Now, do these people, do they meditate?
But what does it matter to you? You asked your question for you.
Because if this is what you teach, and I love these people, because these people should be looking at me with some kind of, I'm not here because I'm a nutter or screwed up, with some kind of, what should we say? There's a brother here, and with some kind of, what do we call it? The word is, with grace and with love. Grace and love. And I see a consensual.
It is not that. It is not that what you're thinking.
No, a consensual herd. And it's awful. It's awful.
And that's not what you're seeing. What is happening is perhaps there's a level of frustration with the conversation that I'm pointing you to, and you're saying, okay, no, that was just a little abstraction, and what you're expressing and what I'm trying to convey to you, you don't seem to be at all receptive to it.
Oh, what's really great, this is recorded, isn't it?
Yes.
This is recorded.
Yeah.
I'll be able to go back over it and say, yes.
Or not. That would be something that I wish for everybody to do, to just keep looking at it, and because maybe you didn't get it at first and something, and say, well, actually, I don't looked at it at that point. You give it a chance. Not you personally, I'm saying that someone may look and say, I hadn't looked at it in this way, and you keep looking.
Okay, yeah. Now, I wish people would understand that it takes courage to talk like this to you. And I do wish they would acknowledge that it takes courage, that there is courage involved in this. Thank you. Thank you. To question like this of someone who they love and to doubt, and there are not many people with that kind of courage. My son came here today, he's not interested in anything about this, and I said, this man is enlightened. Perhaps once in your life you'll sit in the presence of an enlightened man and see him, how he works. And it's going to be a wonderful experience for him. I don't mean that negatively. He's seen his father, under the thumb, on the spotlight, fighting with himself also, and in trouble, and hurting.
Yeah, I don't see it like that.
You don't see me hurting?
No, yeah, you might be hurting, but there's nothing there to hurt you. And if something feels hurt, we are used to feeling hurt about things. When sometimes you're tackled on something, some part of us doesn't like that and feel like we're being disrespectful, when it is nothing like that. We just have to be straight about something, because I can't be otherwise than that with you. And it's not disrespectful. I don't see how, of course, it might be perceived like that, but it's not, I don't feel that I'm being disrespectful to you.
Do you think I'm being disrespectful?
I'm not thinking right now.
You're in a state of no mind.
I think we are good enough for the moment. I think that's all I'm saying. We can leave it like this. I don't, I feel like I'm almost straining to catch what this is about more than what we have said.
Oh, what? Hey, that's not cool. Thank you. What was the word I was looking for?
Okay. Thanks. Someone, you want to come for a minute? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very much.
Okay. Thank you. Okay.
One thing certain, you won't forget me.
Okay.
Hello? Yeah. I'm full of gratitude for what I've learned from you. Because 5 years ago, I've experienced a psychosis, which means I was really, at the mercy of my mind, and it took me a long time to even. Well, it took me a few years before I found you. I started listening to your online, and then it took another year and a half before I dared to come and see you. It was in last year in London, in Kensington.
Yes.
And you gave me a hug, and that sort of changed my whole life. It was very beautiful. From being very contracted and very very contracted state, I became love. There was love in my heart that didn't go away, and hasn't gone away since. And only when I came to India, then I did Seymour, and then I came to India, and only in India, because maybe the challenge of being in India, I started some. Challenges came to me again, and I felt, maybe I would go back into this psychosis again. But I spent a whole night, doing self-inquiry, and just keep saying to myself, these are thoughts, they cannot see me, I can see them, I am not them. And in the morning, I put my white clothes on to confirm I'm myself. And then, as it was, it's very beautiful, because that was the day you actually gave me a hug. There was 2,000 people there, but for some reason I met you, and you gave me another hug. And there was sort of, I don't know, since then there has been a whole journey of sort of being challenged and overcoming challenges, and whenever the challenge is overcome, there's immense joy. To be able to not go with this thing, but to choose for love and for myself.
Yes.
And you are my guide and my example that it can be done.
Yes.
And I have immense gratitude to you. I can't even describe.
Yes.
And my only worry is that somehow, no worry. No worry. I'm sort of, I feel, just.
I want to ask you something because, in the light, I've heard what you say, in the light of what you have said, in the light of what this exercise or this guidance that was given, and by the way, has it gone? No. Okay. In the light of this guidance, and how you experience yourself, what really is here, what has happened in the light of that guidance, what has changed in this space? The what is has changed? No. The you has changed? I want to know. Because the you sense, the I sense, can still be sometimes the dynamic aspect. Let's put it like that. of the what is. There's a dynamic aspect where there's memories and what happened and where you're going and how you're doing and so on. There's the memory of that is still inside the body being. Yet at the same time, because of this pointing and this guidance, you're experiencing something at a much higher state of being. Would I be right in this? Okay. So where do we go with that? I mean, the memories of how I was and how I do things and who I am and what happened to me and my spiritual training and how my meditation is going and all of these things. How is that in the what isness of you? Because I asked you now, because I asked others also, in the what is and the you, is there any difference? You say no. Okay, so from the what is or from this you follow? From this what isness, where does your person and your personal history and what's been happening, where does that sit in terms of experientially with you at this moment? Someone said it doesn't. It seems, someone said has no value. She's saying it has no importance. The what? It is gone. And you?
Well, I still tell you the story, so it must still be. It's still something I want to share.
Yes.
So, yeah. But I feel a lot of time I'm on higher ground now. I can look at things not from being inside it, at the mercy of it, but I can look at it. Okay, that is passing. That is not me.
And this is what I would choose to encourage you to do. Because although there may have been a good, positive evolution in your spiritual journey, from the isness, you must put some attention on the isness of you, in the be of you, than the becoming of you. Do you follow what I'm sharing? Because here, because the person of you would still wants, to kind of, here, don't forget me. Okay? And I want to know, you see, to point to you, how much energy are you going to give this? Because we have looked at it and looked at it in the light of, is it true? Is the stories true? Is it really the you, the person, the cocktail of person and presence that creates the sense of the person journeying towards something? Is it true? We tell different stories depending upon our mood and the season and the time of the month and all these different things affect how we speak about us and how we think and so on. But is it true in that way? And I just want to point to you, give some energy to just to sit in the what is. Because what is your experience of it? Does it feel like, it's boring? Eh? If you were told about it, maybe your mind would go, no, I'm not interested in that. I'm a creative kind of person, and I wouldn't enjoy that. But in the experience of it, are you for this also? You see?
Yes.
And the more you sit with it, in it, as it, it is like discovering a fruit that keeps getting sweeter and sweeter. But as I say, it doesn't become oversweet. Every aspect, every facet of your expression is blessed by this recognition, because this is the ground of being. I'm using this word. There is no ground in being, but you understand. This is the womb of the universe. Give some time just to be. To be does not mean to be. It's not that. It is not about not moving and not breathing, and definitely not to be seen to be breathing or this type of stuff. Some people have put themselves through a lot of strangeness because they think they look more spiritual or something. I'm just saying, no, just to be simply, in this beingness is. It's not about moving slowly. It's not an outer thing. It's just here, you're here. And the more you put this to confirm, to sit with it, in some way it might seem to be very passive or even inert, or you're doing nothing, and yet at the same time, universes are moving in this. You have to experience this, not think about it. You should not have to come and ask me too many questions now. Because in a sense, this is handing you back to yourself. And begin to look and be. There is a lot of Shakti in the Western mind, There's a lot of need to try new things and to do, and to accomplish and to taste and to have more taste and to develop and all this. And there's a lot of, you may call, Rajasic energy in the Western mind, meaning restless, over-creative, over-passionate, and still at the same time unable just to rest in being. And this energy sometimes is going to raise up to try and sabotage or to sink this opportunity you're having now. Your mind might even tell you, if you go with this, there's nothing more to learn, and then you're going to sit around for the rest of your life unable to learn. You don't want to go there. Sit with this, and you will feel the power of God, the power of truth, the power of life, the need to be somebody dropping away. Because this does not make you happy, to have to try and be someone who is accepted and loved and seen, and you don't need that. And certainly, we don't need that to be creative also. God didn't create a beautiful world to compete with the devil. Look what I made. No, it was out of joy, out of love. There was no one to compete with. Still beauty came. Still harmony come. Love come. And the troubles in the life, we need them as well. You need some trouble for a while to develop your spiritual muscle, to discern and to exercise. You need the contrast, because you cannot know what beauty is unless you have a sense of what is ugly, or what is true if you don't know what is lie, or what is light if you don't know what is dark. So in the realm of relativity, these things, the conscious must taste these also. But ultimately, it must find its way back home, meaning to the root.
I have one more question. I noticed that sometimes there's a moment that I feel very close to God, and then a lot of emotion comes. And I wonder, is this a distraction, or is this a normal thing that emotion comes that needs to be expressed?
What kind of emotions?
I might suddenly, I might start crying or laughing or
But doesn't it
or
feel
stand
nice?
up or do something and somehow.
And does it feel nice when you do it?
Yeah, but sometimes I feel also that I lose the delicacy of the moment or something. Or maybe that comes in time, or I don't know. Or I don't know.
Yeah. God does not know being close to you. Because nobody is separate from God. It is we who feel distant. And in our language, in the language of our mind and our being and our paradigms, it has to say, the God was, turned from you or something like this. Because in a way you turn from yourself. It's the God inside you. Huh? And then you turned away from your truth. So then in your mind, in your person mind, you feel like God turned away from you. And we can keep on creating these type of things. We are used to also people laughing and crying sometimes at the same time, actually, in Monte Sahaja, because it is allowed space if someone is like this, and if it's authentic, even if it's not authentic, we just look at you, but how we know it's authentic? Something knows. Yeah? And sometimes you have to do things also inauthentically, just to see how it feels. We have laughing yoga. We tell people, laugh, even if you have to pretend. And your pretend laugh sort of cracks open into proper laughter or something. So it doesn't matter. You do a bit and then you realize, oh my God, that really sounds really strange. I won't do that again or something. Lakshmi told me, they said, fake it until you make it. I don't know what she's talking about. Thank you. Good. Sometimes our minds, sometimes we feel maybe we have gathered up too much knowledge, and you become a bit knowledge proud, a bit arrogant even sometimes. And so when things are put in a simple way, some cynicism comes or something like that. Okay, you? Okay, come then. Are you all okay? Are you getting tired? We can. Okay. Good.
Mooji.
Namaste.
Namaste. How long are you in Portugal?
How long am I in Portugal? Will I be or have I been?
When did you start here in Sahaja?
About nearly 6 years ago I came. Oh, when I came here nearly 6 years ago.
Yes. So 6 years ago, I came for I think it was my third satsang, and suddenly I was hearing you, and pow. And then I open my eyes and I see all the Sangha, and I'm in the same space in this world that I knew till then, but it's a new world for me because I was that space, and I was each people of the Sangha. I can't describe that because it's very huge, no limit. And that was the moment I knew that I am eternity. I don't die. And I feel this with a full, absolute, how do I say?
Clarity.
Sorry, yeah. Well, I don't know how long I was in this place. It was the same place where we visit minutes ago, but it was more than that. It was because it was sweet and it was. I can't describe it.
Yes.
I didn't feel any love for anyone. It was a space without feelings, without nothing. But it was this world too. But I was like a bird or like a cloud or like anything in this world. And it was tremendous. And suddenly, I don't know how long I was there, but suddenly a thought came. So now, what's happened to you and to your daughter? You have to guarantee her future, her education. And then, I came. So
you went, you mean?
Yes. After that, I think one more time at home, I could achieve this place. And then I live in a blissful week or weeks, I don't know. And at work, people start to strange me because I start to don't care about work, about nothing, about. And there was a outer pressure for me to do my work, and then I had to back to work, and I live this blissful state, if I can call it. Then during so much time I tried to pursue that thing and never achieve anything. And I discovered that was my mind, my ego, that was that thing. So I decided to leave all the baggage. But I never could achieve that sweet sensation. It was not sensation. It was a place. It was a place, and I was not there. I was it. Then I try so many times the inquiry, but the thing is, it's. Now I'm on like a cycling process. It's vitiated, you know. I try to inquire, but I don't achieve. But I don't want to achieve. I give me to God, but the inquiry doesn't result. And minutes ago, I made the exercise. I feel the presence. I can be present for many time, but my work is too difficult because I'm very mental stimulated, very mental, to have ideas. So my mind at the end of the day is full of ideas, it's full of movement, and it is very, very difficult to stay in this presence all the time.
Yes.
And I would like to ask you, how can I do that in a world at the city?
First of all, one thing is, you say that you had this experience here, and it was more than this. It was not beyond this. It was not beyond what you show. It was experience, on an experiential level. There was some dynamic taste in it that, it felt like it was you were there. You were there, but not there. It was you say I became this, but ego is still there. In a sense, some potential place is there, and gradually, after the joyriding, after the honeymoon, he's coming in a little bit, sniffing around, see if he can find something, and gradually we come back into some state, or a thought triggers something, and it starts to collapse into this old state of being. You see. And I'm glad that we can speak about it, so that those of you who are listening to these things can say, actually, it's not just, oh, I receive a gift and it's just everything is so great now. No, but to really look and to really be with it and to see who are you here? I mean, if you're here, just to be, but don't get too mental with it. Just keep looking to find if there's any seeds of a person here, and they just get burnt. They get burnt, no. So that's the thing I want to say most. The next thing is that there was, as I speak to you, you say like this, I've got a very busy mind, I've got a work that's very demanding, I've got a family, how can one stay in this state? I mean, maybe this state is better for the unemployed. Because, I mean, a person like me working and stuff, and you also be childless. You're childless and unemployed, basically, and have some money, and you'll be fine. No.
I quit my job. At that time, I quit my job, thinking that it's better.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing. Because mind is here.
Some things here has to mature also in this. Because we have many ideas, people, it's really at this stage that you start to find, these kind of, this sort of messianic egos start to pop up as well too. Because something starts to feel like, yes, I am the one, I am the one who has come to save the world. I met a few of them actually, I am the one, come unto me now, I am the one. It can come like this because you feel so great, you feel so high, but it's not here just for you to feel high. You can feel the high, but also, as you can say, you also feel the buy also, but you feel high in this, you feel, invincible. Then a thought comes, like you say in your case about your child, what's going to happen to your family with your child? You have to take care of your child.
Mooji, I didn't feel invincible, and I just feel natural, and I didn't feel. I knew it, that it was me, and I feel that if I am each of this person, of that or that tree or that bird, I'm here. They are me too. I didn't feel any superiority about anything.
Okay, then where did this come from, that something, your old state came back? Because if you honor this, you stay with it, you surrender to it, you almost naturally want to ask, please guide my life, because I cannot guide my life. Because you start to become aware that there's an ego, that there is a part of your nature which is not in support of this really. It fights against it. It's a rebel. It's like this kind of carnal mind is very much in resistance to this higher state of consciousness too. Then something naturally wants to surrender or to be guided. Something becomes much humbler. And all of this is protecting, securing, establishing, strengthening, stabilizing your state. Otherwise, something gets lifted out again. You slowly get drifted back into the old state of being. Even some people here, they've left early and have gone out because they feel, yeah, I need to go and I need to. I said, you should just sit down and keep quiet rather than feeling, yes, I think I'm ready to go. Who are you to say when you're ready to go? You should come and sit and really inquire. Is it, I'm having these thoughts. What should I do? You should come with this kind of attitude because you think you can assess your own state. I remember being in India, and sometimes you go to a shop where they sell cloth, and it's very, very busy. And if you give them a sort of like what's the highest note in India or something? Say 1,000 rupee note and so on. The guy serving you, he'll take it. He's serving other people, but then he takes it to another guy, and the other guy verify. Yeah, okay. You see, you have to verify your state. You may think in your mind, no, I've done it, I'm ready, and so on. So something becomes very quiet. And by itself, you feel that, you don't feel so much to go and run around in the world and be with friends. It's the natural change that's happening. And some reassurance comes inside you. However much it might present itself as some problems may come to you, something says, it's okay, don't worry. Just be with this. Because nobody, not even a multi-billionaire knows how tomorrow is going to play. You don't know if your breath will be here tomorrow or tonight. So who are you? Nobody knows. So just be in this humility and stay and just be very grateful. Thank you, life. Thank you, grace. Thank you, God, for picking me up in this way and for putting my whole self in this fire. Thank you for giving me the chance to live and to know you. Why not live like this? You see? So these are things that sometimes we have to go, and sometimes you have to miss your chance to then come back and to reevaluate like this. You see? So nothing is totally lost, but don't try and get another experience to compare with the old experience. No, something came and it revealed something in you, and some things had to get shuffled up. The life had to play like this for a while, and you're here again, you're here, Don't feel, I lost. No, you're not lost. As I asked you now, where can this go? And does it ever get displeased with you and say, okay, I'm out of here? No, it doesn't. It is here. It is you who feel lost. And who is the one who can feel lost? The one who has a sense of, yes, I know what I'm doing, or I'm going to try this, and I think this is best, and so on. So this is the one that seems to dream being lost. And that's why the word awaken is such an appropriate word. Because you go to sleep dreaming with your eyes wide open, and with your Armani suit and everything. It's just pajamas. You're fast asleep. Only the one who is awake to the self, this one is awake. They're on top of the world. These are the lessons and the pointers that I'd love to see it spread in the world more. The children even will take to it. Because it's not burdensome. It's not telling you have to change, you've got to become. No, just look a little bit, feel, experience. Even children, they take to meditation very nicely if it's presented in a proper way. It's not so mental, so heavy. So these things, it's not about how much you can't impress this power. All this you, I, me, my, and this thing just thins away. And as you said, you are not there in person. You are here, but not in person. How beautiful.
But I still have a problem.
Yes.
How do I deal with my job? Because I'm forced to be mental.
Deal with this first. Be here first. Make it your number one. And don't have a number two. Okay? Either this, you make it your number one, or you be zero. You make it your number one, or you be zero. Be really zero. Okay? And then it will take care of your life and your affairs. You can't be, I surrender to you, surrender, I'm coming here, and I'm coming, and I'm so completely empty, and there's no other. But no. You have to trust. There's only you. What is this? You cannot fool the Supreme. Huh? So you first get absorbed in it, get immersed in it. And then after this now, you see, you will see if there's a problem left, if there's something for you to solve. Your life becomes a joy. This is why, you don't become burdened unless you take in too many mental things, mental. Then something just, whoa, like this. It can handle it, but something knows, enough. No one can figure out this universe. And nobody knows how tomorrow will be. Not even Nostradamus knew that. A little glimpse of the world. Oh, you didn't know anything. You have a sense of something. And so unless you're in communion with the spirit world and who is only telling you about things to do with mundane things that in the human world things are impossible. They think, oh, he knows, which is nothing. And these things are nothing. It's nothing. They're nothing. Something is to really find out in your heart that which you have been pointed to. If this is the only time, if I only had 3 minutes with you, and I had your attention in this, and that openness of heart, then this is the greatest thing I feel I could share with another human being. Just point you if you're open. And I said, then I would not be worried for you. Drink deep what you have heard. Sink deep into the arms of being. Just be there. Just be moment by moment. Like this, you discover the timeless. Very good. Okay. Good. Very good. And nice to see you again. Love. Thank you.
How much time to make this classroom? I don't know why.
It's good. It's good. Thank you. Hi, darling. Yeah, good.
Yeah. My first time here. I've been following your pointings for a couple of years, and we were going to come to Rishikesh, but then I was called back because my dad died, and then 6 weeks later, my soulmate, my guru, my husband, everything, he suddenly died. So as he was passing, there was such a feeling of spirit as he passed, that something happened inside me which made me feel that I'm a bridge between earth and sky because of him. And what is happening now is that in moments when I feel peace, I feel that he's looking through my eyes, and that changes to God is looking through my eyes, and there starts a kind of a dissolution. And then there's always somebody there or something that pulls me back, but it's like it's inevitable that this is going to happen. I wanted to put this to you because there is such a strength in a conviction of dissolution that I don't quite know what to do, where to go. I'm totally cognitive, but there is such a strength in that. And I feel like when you took us through the exercise, I was so concerned on asking my question until you took us through the exercise, and I came back to myself.
Yes.
And in those moments, I feel like grace, I feel like prasad is being put in my mouth, and grace is descending, and I'm burning, like anything. And it was going to be a question of confirmation, but I'm confirming myself. Well, God is confirming it as I speak. I lose the distinction between the person and Michael, my beloved, and God. It's like, this is what's happening. And I just want to say thank you, because your pointings bring me, when I'm out, they bring me back to this. And I just want to say deepest gratitude.
Yes. It's very great also, very great. Yeah.
May I touch your feet?
Come and touch my hand. Come. Very good. Oh, yeah. Thank you. So wonderful. Thank you. You are staying here? Yeah?
I'm staying in little Sahaja, and I wish to stay, but I have things to sort out with the deaths that I'm doing. I have to go back to the German embassy, but I would like to come back.
Yes.
May I?
Yes, you will. You must.
I must.
Yeah, you can finish. Something else. Okay. I feel that my life best serves this kind of encounter, and when the human beings are coming into that orbit of spiritual height, coming back home, rather, is another way, where you feel totally at peace, and the silence, and the being, and the joy of life. And that is not just ephemeral, not just fleeting, but something becoming more and more stable, you see. When the person senses the grip of personhood is slipping away, this is what I call a kind of person poison. The way I call it poison, because it seems to create distortions in the presence, although there's not really any distortions there. But it creates these feelings, and then somehow, fear remains there, and there's a fear of the sense of the unknown and all of these things. Mind is very good at creating monsters. But your being is naturally, there's a connection, and the connection is even not the highest word. I don't want to say that you are connected with God. It's not the highest word. You see, you're one with. But in the play of life, we are going to taste the feeling of separateness, the feeling of individuality, in personality, personhood, attachments, desires. All these things, the consciousness in its human expression will taste these tastes. And whether it becomes deluded by them, in the end it has to use them to wake up. All that cause you to fall into delusion must in turn cause you to wake up. the things that make you turn your life into a sleeping pill condition is going to have to be turned around to wake up. You're going to learn from everything to see everything becomes a mirror that is reflecting you back into your true nature. You see, and it begins in places like this to look, and the willingness to come forward, the willingness to show yourself, because mind sometimes is, a lot of psychological self-consciousness. I don't want people to see me. I might make a mistake, and then somehow I'm going to look like a fool, and all of these type of things. Then take the risk of looking like a fool for truth. Why not? It's a small price to pay for freedom.
Namaste, Guruji. Dear Guruji, if there was a red pill, I would take it in an instant. My life has completely quenched my thirst for more experiences. This feeling is complemented with gratitude, satisfaction, and contentment. When this deep satisfaction arose, so did the feeling of joyful and grateful suicide. Just the way you would leave a restaurant.
The cheerful and joyful what?
Suicide.
Okay. Come and read the letter beside me. Let me see this letter here. Can I read it? Can I read your writing?
Maybe, hopefully.
Dear Guruji, if there was a red pill, I would take it in an instant. Red pill means instant freedom. Red pill, glass of orange juice, ping. Okay, my life has completely quenched my thirst for more experiences. This feeling is complemented with gratitude, satisfaction, and contentment. When this deep satisfaction arose, so did the feeling of joyful and grateful suicide. Okay? Just the way you would leave a restaurant after a beautiful evening out. You would want to commit suicide after? The food must be really bad. Suicide comes with such negative connotation, but here it feels like a celebration, and that it's a new time to leave. It's a now time or a new time?
It's now time.
It's now time to leave.
Now time.
Yes. I feel like this reason hasn't yet occurred is because I know how much pain it would bring my mother, regardless of how it would be explained to her. I suffer a lot from physical pain, and this turns into a reminder that it's time to leave the body. Really? Even with the physical pain? What sort of pain you have?
I've been having severe headaches for 14 years. I also have asthma and back pain.
Yeah, sure. But
it's not really the pain. It's just that mainly the experiences. There's nothing that I want. There's no reason to drive forward. So for that reason, it's sort of like, it feels like I've watched my favourite movie like 10 times in a row. And while I enjoy it, and it's fun and it's good, it's sort of the 10th time, and I want to turn the TV off. Sort of like with the restaurant, I've had entree, I've had my main meal, I've had my dessert, I've had my coffee. And yeah, great evening. Really enjoyed it, everything's great. And it's now time to leave the restaurant.
I get you, I think.
Yeah.
That, you have much of what life appears to offer. You've been there, you've done it, you've tasted it. You don't have to go again and again, Because some people have said, they have had enough of experiencing. It's enough experiencing now. My mother was one of them, actually. One of the letters I had from her like that. She said, in much of my life, I see that I spent, picking up burdens. And I'm ready to go. I'm willing to go. I'm not wanting to go, but I've had kind of enough of experiencing. I'm not looking for more experiencing. And maybe if you're young and full of, the joy of youth or something, maybe that might sound strange. But to some people, even young people, they may say like this, okay, I've tasted my favorite food, I've had the taste of relationships, I've done these things, and I don't want to go around again and do more and more of it. Whatever this phenomenal world has to offer, it's just more of same old. Yeah? So why hang around? Is this what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly, 100%.
So I suffer a lot from physical pain, and this turns into a reminder that it's time to leave the body. This next part may sound negative, however, as I am not living for more experiences. It sometimes feels like I am living for pain. Spiritually, as far as the person is concerned, stick a fork in me, I'm done. However, as my days are spent identified with the body-mind, obviously something still remains. Perhaps arrogance, I don't know. I sense that maybe this chronic physical pain is some sort of message or sign that I'm missing. Please help me to go beyond my ignorance so that I can share boundless love instead of masked pain. And great appreciation and love, Steve. Australia, from Australia? Okay. Pain you've known, pain you know. You've also known the pleasures that the world has offered you. I give you all of this. You can have taste. Okay, enough. I don't want no more. So you've tasted what you feel the world has had to offer, and you've tasted also pain. You think, what's the point of being here? Whatever more you're going to offer, I'm not interested. And about this pain, it just makes me feel like it's time to get out. Maybe the pain is like this, or maybe it isn't. Maybe there's something I'm missing. And I want to find out what this is. What is this that I'm missing? Because other human beings, they seem to be okay with this planet. They want to enjoy more, and to do this. But I don't have that. I don't have this joy, this want to things. I'm not dreaming about a future or something like this. My body's full of pain. I want to get out of this place, or this place. I want to get out of whatever. So, but I also want to find out if this is true. Is there more to this life? Did I come here by accident? Am I one of God's accidents? Oops, I should not have dropped him there. Okay, just leave him there. Am I one of God's accidents? I was actually taking him to Pluto, and he fell. Or what? They have to find out today. You have to find out today, like that. So. During this pointer, this which we did today, what happened for you? Where did you come to?
Basically, my awareness on consciousness, or my awareness on awareness, which is sort of...
Your awareness or unawareness, you say?
My awareness of awareness.
Yes.
Yeah. So as I'm speaking to you, my awareness is on my awareness.
Yes. This is marvelous. And when your awareness is on awareness, this still has some meaning for you?
No, that disappears into the background.
So that is something, no? I feel if some people could exchange their life for this might be a pretty good deal. You keep all that fun over there, you can have the five senses, but just leave me with awareness, being aware of awareness. Because for a long time, awareness has been aware of the person and the person's desires, and it's been what a roller coaster. Now awareness is aware of awareness. What can top this?
So basically, there's no mental anxiety or stress or anything, and obviously from your point in, it's discarded a lot of that stuff. Mainly, it's just the physical side.
The physical side.
when it's physical, and I go to that place, it doesn't have much impact.
Yeah. So even in this state, when the physical thing is pulsating, it's not quite as strong because you're more. This is taking place, and it's another sensation inside the great awareness or something like that. This is also a natural thing that happens. You see, the fearful mind tends to exaggerate pain or the anticipation of pain. And if you are, kind of living with the imagination that pain could happen, well, it is already happening. If you are afraid of something, that this might happen, you're already in that state like that. You see? Sometimes the fear is greater than the actuality, actually. The fear of being beaten up on the street is like greater than the actuality. Maybe the actuality is only 30 seconds. 10 seconds, somebody whack you on the head and kick you in the nuts or whatever, and you are writhing on the floor for a little bit. It's over, it's finished. And actually, it might clear out a lot of nonsense. Some people have transcended out of being beaten up. I'm not saying to go out there looking for it, but I mean, but if you are just living with the fear of it, you're not even growing, you're just, you're living in your room, in your bedroom, and you're still afraid you're going to be attacked, and then this is a terrible thing. So this is why I say the fear is often greater than the actuality. The actuality you're not expecting. You're not expecting. You're going along, and then poof, and then poof poof poof, and you don't even know how much damage you've suffered. You're walking on your teeth and everything, looking until late. Sorry. Why are we laughing about these things anyway? But in fact, this is what happened. The more that you are established in the consciousness, the attention is not so much on the body, and it is very good. Now the people who tend to be very body consciousness feels very afraid because thinking, no, I can't afford to take my attention off my body because, that is not good. Some people call off work because they break their fingernail or something. Another one has broken their arm and they go to work. Oh, sorry, I got to use my left hand today or whatever. So we are very different in our way. But I feel that somehow I feel very happy to read this and talk with you, to hear what you... And this, let's see.
Very, very grateful for having this experience.
Yeah,
and this moment. There's so many beings in the world, and
wonderful one. Can I have a hug then or not?
Thank you.
So wonderful. Love you so much. Wonderful. So great. Look at that. I'm looking here and it says 6:25. It's ridiculous. That's not. Is that true? Now people are leaving. Okay.
What I am going to say, Mooji, is that, it is about eagles.
Eagles?
Eagles.
Eagles. Oh, eagles.
A sea eagle. That was a dream in which you were a sea eagle that dived down on me and grabbed my finger and let him be caressed by me, hugged. So I have the whole dream here, if you like to have it.
Yes.
But the other thing is, of a Native American and Indian image vision about the change to the new Maya cycle. And that the man got that vision, and it said, unite the eagle of the north and the condor of the south, because we are one like the fingers of the hand. And from that, I got the idea, okay, the eagle of the north, that is the eagle of the emblem of the United States and of Germany. So that represents more or less Western scientific thinking and the industry and all the wealth that we have created in our countries. And the condor of the south is then the other world. For the Native American, it meant he knew that he had to do a few weeks of rituals of all the different tribes of North, Central and South America. But for me then, this condor of the south is all the other ways of thinking. So spiritual thinking, religious thinking, thinking in which the self exists, in which the self has the ontological independent status, so to philosophically speak. And because science has a blind spot for that, you have to take that aspect of the ontological self from the world of the condor, so to speak, and combine that with the scientific thinking of what the world of the eagle has reached. Because that is a wonderful amount of knowledge that we have. That knowledge about nature, about physics, about chemistry, about biology.
Yeah.
And it is incredible that we have achieved that already as human beings. And in that combining it, in physics is graceful because it has in the last century discovered process, and not only the classical physics process of cause and effect, like billiard balls, but also a new type of process, which is what is called the state factor reduction. We have a lot of names for it, but that process has entanglement, so that it combines from more entities, from more things, because it's always in the physics is always in the objective world, in the world of space-time, particles and fields. But in this process, this process has the right properties, in my view, to be exactly the process that communicates, that forms the contact between the objective world of space-time and particles and fields on the one hand, and the self, which is one, on the other hand. So entanglement, you need then to combine more things to one, so that oneness experiences, for instance, in a living being, all the enormous amount of sense data and everything to one phenomenal perspective, for instance, and then one choice perspective. And the other thing is the indeterministic aspect, that you cannot predict the outcome. And that combines with freedom of choice. So you have different possibilities to choose from, and that then is this freedom of choice. And I tell this because, in my view, this is a way of combining the eagle of the north and the condor of the south in such a way that you don't need a war between the two. Because usually there is a war. Eh? Science says to spirituality, no, self is nonsense, doesn't exist. And then the world of spirituality says to the scientific world, you're totally wrong, it's unimportant, it's not real, it's not the truth. And so that war is kind of, this is kind of a peace contract. So that one, the scientific part can stay on its own, can continue being proud of what it has achieved, that Homo sapiens has already achieved this. And on the other hand, that the spirituality that you bring, and a lot of other people bring, stands on its own as the most important thing of life, of course. But okay, so this was it more or less. And I have to say that your angels that walk around here, that they are the best of the best that I have seen in religion. Because when I go to a mosque, for instance, then people, when I sit there meditating a while, mosque, that's the name for Islamic church. They say, oh, do you want to become Islamic? But here, these guardian angels of you, when I had to pee in the beginning, they brought me back. They said, no, there is a chair for you. Then you can raise the question.
Wonderful, eh? So the eagles of the north have learned something from the condors of the south.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's up and running in Monte Sahaja. Yeah, very good.
Shall I give you the downwritten?
And this is for me, this one?
That's for you, yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I'd like to have it. Yes, come on. Thank you. And when I caught you as the eagle, I caught you, no?
Yeah, you got that.
By the finger, with my beak, I caught you. Very good. So, yeah. You got very small writing, huh?
Yeah.
Dream time, you call it, morning, the 28th of whatever.
It was just before the intensive in Lisbon.
Morning of the night, dream that I had in the highest tree, a sea eagle. You gave it a name here. It's,
the Latin name?
Yes. Was sitting. He jumped up and flew down just over where I was sitting on the grass without threat. The third time that he flew, he dived down with his enormous wings straight onto me and grabbed my finger with his beak without hurting it, softly, friendly. I could even hug his neck with its beautiful feathers. The bird apparently enjoyed our hugging, just as I did. He gave his head and neck gracefully to my hands. This was kind and comforting for me. Instead of with our aggression, I met with unexpected affection. Then the eagle flew away, but he left a small memory box for me. It was old-fashioned, decorated with seashells. Inside, with a pink silk lining. It contained small fossils that I once bought in the zoo of Amsterdam, and gemstones of different colors and small silver objects, some with erotic references. My sister-in-law gave the box to me because the eagle had handed it over to her for me. Gerard, this is a nice So I'll tell you what it means another time. They are too curious, you know, especially about a certain bit. You know. Very happy to see you. Yeah, thank you. I keep it. Yeah. Thank you. Very good. Thank you. Okay. Very good. So.
Namaste, Guruji.
Namaste.
I thought I'd stand up and take the risk of looking like a fool. 3 years ago, when I came into your physical presence for the first time, I couldn't have stood up like this because, for many reasons. A big one was the projection of what was lying on the other side of these cameras. And just recently, when I came back home after Rishikesh, there was just so much quiet. So quiet. And initially I thought maybe it's just it's a holiday season where I live. So I came back for the holiday season. Maybe it's just holiday atmosphere and everything's so quiet. But the holidays passed and it just stayed quiet. And then I thought, I don't know. And at some point, I was concerned. I thought maybe I'd lost something important with all of this noise. Something still gave some importance to all of that noise, but I just want to say thank you.
Yes.
Thank
you.
Good. And thank you for having me here.
Yes. Perhaps one of the greatest expression of spiritual evolution is when someone can really experience the silence which is inherent to their own being, and to be at one with it. To really feel the profundity of it, and not just the silence, because where there's silence, peace is there also. When there's peace, there's joy, and contentment is there, love is there. You see, openness is there, and all that one could search for, that one's soul would yearn for, is satisfied in that place. The very place that you have been led to within your own self. And now to see if it is valued, and to, yes, it will show itself. Very good. Thank you.
Take this?
Yes, please, take it.
Can I ask for translation in Spanish?
Español. Yeah, Español. Yes.
Mm, 2009, clase de yoga. La profesora nos dice que a la semana siguiente no íbamos a tener clase con ella porque nos invitaba a conocer a un maestro.
Párate un poquito entre 2009, It's yoga class, and our yoga teacher tells us that next week there will no longer be a class.
Porque nos invitaba a conocer a un maestro que venía la semana siguiente.
Because she invited us to meet a master that was coming next week.
Yo creí que nos ibas a enseñar posturas de yoga, pararnos sobre la cabeza.
I thought we were going to learn yoga postures like headstands.
Ahí te conocí y me partiste la cabeza, literal.
That's where I met you, and you broke my head, literally.
Y bueno, como no volviste a Argentina, vine yo para acá.
And since you haven't come back to Argentina, I came here.
Siento una gran carga de sufrimiento porque tengo mucha resistencia a entregarme a la no dualidad.
I feel a great face of suffering because there is resistance to giving myself to non-duality.
Yes.
Soy activista por los derechos de los animales y además soy ambientalista de profesión y desde toda mi vida la pasé como entre medio de estos conceptos de bueno, malo, enemigo, héroe. Es difícil.
I'm an animal rights activist as well as environmental activist, and I have a hard time because I've always passed my whole life between good and bad. And
yes.
Ese mundo dual me causa sufrimiento, pero también me causa sufrimiento el esfuerzo que pongo en tratar de entregarme a la práctica para romper con esa dualidad.
That dual world, the world of duality, causes me suffering, but I also feel suffering from having to give myself to non-duality.
Okay.
For making an effort.
Yes. First of all, you cannot give yourself to non-duality.
Traduzco también.
You teach. You tell her.
No.
You got like this. Okay, so you cannot give yourself to non-duality. Non-duality. Don't get lost in these terms like non-duality and duality. Non-duality simply means your highest and natural state. Duality means that the state you are dreaming yourself to be. And it is okay because it is God's dream. It's not even your own dream. No, it is a state that has been given to all. It's okay? It stopped.
I can understand you.
You can understand me? So, okay. So it's not that you give yourself to non-duality. I want to take out this kind of duality and non-duality because there's nothing wrong with duality because there cannot be experience without duality. Duality is not a bad word. Duality simply means the experiential state where there appears to be many different things and we are experiencing ourselves as one and there are many others and this is duality. And non-duality simply means when you are totally clear inside your heart, experientially, that there's no you and me and this and that, and there's just what we did in the exercise become very, very clear inside the heart. But still, you are moving as though you are deeply, not even deeply, but you are still very much active in the world of dualistic expression. It happens, but it's more superficial. It is not so deep, and you're not sleeping anymore. It's like it's a dream, but at least be in the dream, being awake. It's very different. When you are in the dream and you believe and you're identified with the dream, everything feels, oh, it's horrible, and please stop, oh, you're very nice, thank you so much, and oh, this man is so horrible, and it is very much a roller coaster. When you are awake in the dream, somehow you can change the dream also. Your presence is like the pulse of God. It's different. The nature behaves differently because it is reminded of itself. And when someone is reminded of their true self, they go to a higher state of consciousness. They don't go down into the pit, they come to a higher state of consciousness. And they feel much more happy. They feel, we sometimes, we go out, and this is constant thing. I go to a place, I give an example, you may be speaking to somebody, you want to speak to somebody, but they're in a bad mood. What do you want? Just a minute, and they go off. And then in a few minutes, or they come back and they're completely changed. Like something is acting upon their heart, making their heart more open, more soft, more kind. Who is doing it? Grace is doing it. The grace of your own self. Because you come with the light, you come with the light of consciousness. And it affects the environment. Even the animals are behaving, they're responding to it. You see? This is the power of when you are, you're not looking at this man, oh, him and her. No, you're just here somehow. And you're inwardly, you're in a state of oneness. Outwardly, you seem like you appear in a state of two-ness. I've come to buy this. But internally, you're in that state of unified field of harmony and oneness. And that is very effective state, because it automatically helps the others to be in their unified state. It's like you bless without even touching, something is happening like that. And I don't want to just keep telling you about it. I want to hear it from you also. Mooji, yesterday I went out and guess what? This thing happened. Oh, it's very good. No? Yeah, it's wonderful. You see? So don't worry so much duality, non-duality. If you follow the pointing, no? And you see that it brings you to a beautiful state. Then sometimes you say, well, how can I apply this to my life, Then don't worry about this even. This is just picking up trouble. Just move in your natural way, and you find that you still have a feeling for the work you're doing, but it even with more clarity even come, more power it come. It's win-win all the way. You're imagining, oh, how will I give myself to this when I have this passion for this? You just surrender to life. Nobody knows what is going to happen 2 minutes from now, 1 minute from now, much less about tomorrow, and so on. Okay? So if you think you have control of life, what do you have control of? You don't even know, you don't know 1 minute you're going to have a nosebleed. Do you know this before? No, you don't. You see, so why talk about, oh, this is what I want to do in the life. You don't know what is going to happen. But as you get more established in the heart, whatever happens in the life, you feel it is blessing. You are growing from it. You're learning. I don't know what to say. Everything I tell you is good. I'm not boasting about it. I'm saying everything I tell you is good. Every part of what I'm giving you, you can eat is tasty. And still people look. So what to do? I don't know. Try, taste and see. That's all I can tell you. And why not? Taste the food. It's ready now also. I'm not telling you, listen, I want to cook some fish, but I've got to go fishing first. No, taste and see it. The food is right here. It is you. You're going to become your own prasad. How long will it take? I don't tell you come back next week. Why? I can't. Maybe next week. I'm not here. I'm here now. Make use of it now. Together we're here now. I'm very happy to be here. they say my body has diabetes, no? And all type of things. Normally I have to go to the toilet every 20 minutes. I'm sitting here over 3.5 hours. Who makes it happen, huh? This inner one. It's the same. So you're not to worry about anything.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
I want a hug.
You want a hug? Yes, yes, yes. And Argentina, I very much enjoy my visit to Argentina. I just didn't know it was so far. You know where it is. I was going, and then they said, well, we go to United States, and then we go to Argentina, and then we go to Brazil. I thought, well, okay. I don't think I like traveling. I thought it was like, so 2 hours, 1.5 hour from America, So I went to New York, went all over the place. Okay, we're going to Argentina tomorrow, How long it take, what, an hour, what, Like 10 hours. I said, what? No, I didn't want to go after that. And then after this, we went to Brazil and then came back. And then I went back from there. I said, no, I'm not going back to America and then to England. I canceled my flight. I took one straight back. Like in one flight, I've conquered 2 flights. I came back, said, enough, it's too far. But I love it. You go by Eagle Airways. Look.
South
this
America.
is the, show them. Yeah. This is the one, no? Look. So good.
Oh, I love you so much.
Love you. Wonderful. Thank you, my love. So, I feel with satsang being so long today, I was going to, normally I'd have a little break and then we'd read some of the letters and so on, but I think we won't do that today. I'm going to ask Radha to come and sing for me, because I very much enjoy. Is she here? Yeah, yes.
While they set up, can I quickly?
Yes, please, yes.
Hello. Lots has happened in my time here in 2 years, and there was a sense, obviously, I was slowly melting, but just wasn't getting it. And Grace had it, but I had a bit of a meltdown before the Lisbon intensive, and through your grace, I was allowed to stay here and watch it. And I don't know what happened, but something's clicked, and this sweet fruit that you talk of that keeps getting sweet and sweet, I feel like I am just going to explode, constantly building. And it's okay if it's not there as well. It comes and goes, and I'm just here. And I can't believe after all this time, it's just, it's so simple, but not if you haven't got it yet.
Yes.
I just have to say thank you. From the bottom of my heart. And thank you to the Sangha, who as well, during the Lisbon intensive, an angel pointed out something that you've told me many times, but in this moment I was just ready to hear it. And
yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sometimes, I say, we are missing the obvious, but something only becomes obvious when it becomes obvious. Then everything becomes simple. Thank you.
Sitaram सीताराम भज प्यारे तू सीताराम 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 भज प्यारे तू सीताराम 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 भज प्यारे तू सीताराम 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 भज प्यारे तू सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरो नाम ईश्वर अल्लाह तेरो नाम सबको सन्मति दे भगवान 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 रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम रघुपति राघव राजा राम पतित पावन सीताराम जय रघुनंदन जय सिया राम जय रघुनंदन जय सिया राम जानकी वल्लभ सीताराम 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 राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम राम राम जय राजा राम 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 जय सीताराम
Well, it's been a joy for me to have this time with you. Yes. You want to say something to me? Huh? You're afraid to say something? Because I don't hear you speak very much.
I'm not much of a speaker, actually.
Huh?
I'm not much of a speaker.
You're not much of a speaker. And I always like to hear from people who are not much of a speaker.
Thank you very much for everything, for me being here, for everything.
It's going inside.
Well, I'm not sure what to say, actually.
It is important to learn to communicate, at least with me, when you're here, isn't it? And to share what is happening, if there's some things which are not flowing for you or something. It's been a while now, and it's good that you came forward. Okay. I'll try and see if we can have some more words at another time. Thank you. Okay.
Just to let everyone know that as usual, he's finished the satsang for this evening. Everyone is most welcome to come. The chai and cookies down in Little Jamaica, straight down the hill, and anyone can point you in the right direction there.
Thank you.
Hello.
Very wonderful. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Prayer to Venezuela. Prayer to Venezuela. Yes, thank you. Thank you. Give me a hug. Oh, yeah. Thank you.
Here you got some flower.
Oh. Enjoy. I'll send the recipe. Enjoy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Spend some time with us.
Yes. Ja,
wonderful. So happy to see you. So good.
Thank you, Guruji. We love you.
Love you, love you.
Thank you. All rubbish. Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Okay. So good, so good, so good. Yes, yes. It's great to see you, Mooji. Oh, yeah. So good, so good.
I agree, by the way. Argentina is really far. I don't think there is a long trip.
Long.
But it's worth the effort.
It's totally worth it, though.
I mean, so many lives took me to come here. Long trip.
We are here together.
Happy to be here.
Thank you.
Sorry, she wants a hug.
Oh,
sorry.
Oh, so good, so good. Thank you. Love you. Thank you. Hey. Thank you. You good?
I wrote a song for you from your words. The kingdom is here, and the CD is there. Please listen to it.
Okay.
It's so beautiful. And your words really inspired me when I was really ill. So I had this beautiful feeling of energy and love, and I'm giving it to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Emma. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a letter in there as well.
Okay,
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so
Good. Playing in the sun. Thank you.
I'm very furious. Thank you.
Come here.
It is for the Christ children. It was my cross, my first cross. I learned it several years ago. This summer. See? And I'm home now. The very home. I gave also some lessons to one of your devotees.
Okay.
It's natural lessons.
I'll find out the